Standing by.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the happy stream.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to day 9 of Tales of Rinwell. Hard mode. Still on chapter 6. Wait, what we got? Can't do the sub quest because that's just hard as hell to do. Any other quest? Doesn't look like it. I definitely need to restock also. Oh, okay, fishing. Ah. Oh my god, that's a lot of fish.
You're still not done fishing yet? Boring.
You need patience to fish.
Yeah.
I've got something. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
You take your fishing pretty seriously.
Square triangle.
There's a nice breeze here.
All right.
And that took a good chunk of his health.
Anybody could reel in that.
Not too shabby, friend.
Okay, let's see. Next is Garnet Sea Bream.
Where should I cast my line?
I'm also useless. So it is X triangle.
Yeah. Okay, change of plans. Okay, change of plans. I've got something. Well, it's not bad per se.
Nice work!
Yeah. There we go.
And that's a big fish. What the heck? Dude, that's a tuna?
Looks like I hooked a pretty rare fish.
I see you've gotten even better at this.
Never seen tuna that big. XX.
There we go.
I guess the last one's the boss
That's
fish.
not a fish I see often.
I don't recognize that fish. Is it okay to eat?
Silver Marlin. Yeah, sounds like a boss.
Where should I cast my
Square
line?
X.
There we go.
On it.
Well, it's not bad per se.
Could have been worse. At least you caught something.
Yeah. All right, once more from the top. Reel it in. She's got a good size to her, all told.
Hopefully it tastes better than it looks.
Time to try a different spot. Okay, change of plans. All right. She's got a good size to her, all told.
We can make a real feast out of this bad boy.
Okay, change of plans. Okay, change of plans. All right, once more from the top. Time to try a different spot. Reel it in. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
You take your fishing pretty seriously.
Okay, change of plans. Dang, this fish is being stubborn.
Oh my god, got it.
This is quite the catch, if I do say so myself.
Look at you, fishing like a pro.
Kisara, that was amazing! Your rod was flashing like a sword! First this way, then that way, it was crazy!
Indeed. That fish was quite fearsome in its own right. I applaud your tremendous skills in taming such an unwieldy beast.
What he said when you slammed your foot down and gave it that... It got me so pumped!
Yes, it was quite the impressive war cry, I must say.
Anyway, what did you catch?
Oh, right. This is a silver marlin. The king of the seas, as they call it. I wanted to try to catch one at some point while we were out at sea.
It almost looks like a sword blade with that intense sheen.
It really does. With a head as sharp as that, I bet you could fight with it if you had to.
If you could properly wield it, that is. Bear in mind, the marlin is known to be rather heavy for a fish.
Well, if anyone could, it's probably Kisara, right? I mean, hell, she reeled in the damn thing.
Not that you aren't doing great already, Kisara. Your strength is often the only thing between our enemies and us.
Yeah. Every time you lift up that shield, I'm glad you're on our side, Kisara.
You're so stupidly strong, nothing can match your brute strength.
Stupid? Brute?
The only thing that could match it may be your sheer stupidity.
What? Where'd that come from?
Looks like it was well worth coming out here to the ocean to fish, judging by your haul.
Yeah, I can't complain with a catch like this. Dinner tonight's going to be a real good one.
Hell yeah!
What do you care? You're always happy as long as you're full.
Not always. I mean, okay, yeah, sure. Having a full stomach is close to the maximum amount of happy I can be. But Kisara's cooking is just so amazing. Even you can't deny that.
Well, sorry for not being able to cook as good as her then.
What? That's not what I said at all.
Anyway, what are you planning to do with that fish? Grill it? Turn it into a sashimi? Personally, my vote's for something Kisara?
Sorry. Can you, not talk to me? Right now?
Hey, are you all right? Your face is as white as a ghost.
It might be more accurate to say green.
What happened? She was doing okay until just a few seconds ago.
Actually, I think I remember her mentioning at one point that she felt pretty seasick. But we've been out here for a while now. Maybe it doesn't hit her when she's concentrating on something.
I think that means yes?
I'm sorry. I've never seen anyone look so ill before.
Don't worry about dinner right now. You just get some rest, okay?
Man, that face on Alphen first, then Shionne, then Rinwell. Every time Law opens his mouth. Oh god, that's hilarious. That was just... Law's just...
Aw, are you
I'm
tired, Hoodle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
I think I caught every fish now, huh?
Looks like we made it here in one piece. Oh. You know, don't you think...
Okay. Oh, so new. Okay, there's still more. Stuff. Then yeah, look at that. Okay. Talk. Oh! Oh yeah, never mind. Oh shit, scared me for a second. You're a
Did we?
livestock. Holy shit! That's still a lot of flowers left. Just oh man, owls found. So 5 more owls. Didn't cook everything though. 2 more camping place. Oh, I guess I should buy everything. I didn't get all the equipment. Still a bunch of skit left.
We really just spent. Not much money?
Let's see, can I make anything new? I love this gun, it looks badass. Okay, I can make a good, I can make this. One second, phone call. God damn. President want me to help him with something tomorrow. Hey look, I'm gonna get another title. Omen Edge. That's all I can make. I didn't realize I burned so much money from that. Still can't make Mystic Crest, so don't really need to care then. First, sell some stuff. Let's get this dropped down 50. Oh, no skit? Really? I thought there'd be a skit. Increase normal attack limit. Faster to recover, increase weak point damage. Near perfect baiting, guarding, increase.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
I'm drenched in sweat. Hey, that actually came out pretty all right, don't you think?
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
We should really get some rest.
Let me make sure everybody's right staff equipped. Stuff equipped, rather. Okay. So let's go on with the storyline. Trying to find a spaceship.
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up. This is your hometown.
Everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say. It feels like an entirely different place. I suppose it's had time to adjust to its newfound freedom.
Zephyr would have been so happy to see this.
Yeah, he really would've. Especially if he knew Law was... Law? Something bothering you, Law?
Nah, I'll be fine. It's just, you know.
It still weighs on you, doesn't it? Running away back then.
I abandoned my home. Then when I finally come back, it's been liberated. What's important is that it's free. I get that, I do. I just... I should have been here.
Just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renin rule, I'm up to my ears in Danon disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renin starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Legaris.
Legaris? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renin invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. But there's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way.
Okay, I assume it's gonna be strong to fire.
All right.
I guess...
September Kappa. Thank you, Kamaru.
Right.
Right, that part isn't sub.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have to press on. We're going through Zion Mine to Berg Volcano. Let's move.
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cislodia.
Galaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Dan and owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby.
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors, and his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels? Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile.
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
Really, Kamaru? Thanks. Okay, since we're going to a fireplace, I assume fire will be a very bad thing there. We're not gonna have fire. We're gonna go to... Where the hell is it? Wait, I didn't learn tidal wave. Wait. Do I want to freeze? Tidal wave. Damn it. Actually. Let's put Maelstrom here. Ice water. I wish I had more space. I mean, more buttons, honestly. I like Holy Land, so I'm definitely gonna keep a Holy Land. Oh god, I cast a Meteor Storm that many times? 403? Gee. Okay. I think it's just... way over there, huh? So gotta go backwards. Oh, this is... Oh, I remember, this is the block path here. Yeah. Yeah. Only tier 4. Perfect. There used to be a grasshopper there. Now it's dead. Thanks to Rinwell.
We should be able to cook here.
Took care of what? Oh, the grasshopper? Yeah, I killed it already. Once I figured I can fight level enemies 20 levels higher than me, at least single targets,
The climate feels
I decided
different
to
from
fight
when
it.
in
And I
CS.
won.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
You already killed it. I killed it when I was like level 20. The 20 sorry. I really should fight this. I gotta drop up.
That's far enough!
Resonate with the stalagmite.
It died. Never mind. Push for that.
A comfortable win.
Oh, if it's just one enemy, it's not that bad. But when you're fighting a bunch of enemies, then that's pretty bad. Unfortunately, I can't do that. There's one side quest I have right now I can't do. This one, Spirit Temple, all the enemies are 65 plus. And I'm only like, what, in the 40s? I take too long to kill them and they deal too much damage. Instant kill me. It is a bunch of enemies, like 6 flying birds and then the boss. So, yeah. I'm like us. I tried it. I mean, it can be done, but it's just about attrition. So I'm like, screw it.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
The gnome? I assume the gnome one's gonna be like the bird one with all the ads and stuff. So I'm not gonna bother with that. I mean, I could try, but I'm not gonna bother. Because I feel it's gonna end up the same way, same thing. I wonder if it's the same beginning enemy or is it a higher tier? Yeah.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Yep, one hit. These are beginning enemies.
A comfortable win.
Yeah, this part they got broken down.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law.
One hit kill. That's lower beginning level enemies, so. Oh crap, caster skin. Yep, they're all fire type. Can't use burn flame, sad face.
Ugh, so hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast.
So what's the best way to go? Kind of hard. I think this lets me go up and around. Let me actually go this way. Get full bonus round beginning. Really? Ah. That's good.
Go no further! Don't mind if I... Here goes! It's a duel of the arts! Tidal wave!
Got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Take this! Armor won't save you! Here I go!
Now getting started! Gemini Aqua! Fresh!
Why do I have to book? I'm still low.
I'm pretty lucky.
Don't mind if I do! Blah blah blah!
The flame inside it! Are those rocks in skin?
More where that came from! Now, go for the weak point!
All back in there to right here! I got you! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malika! Catapult! Water!
Here I come!
Astral Arch?
That's my cue! Here's the evil!
Shut him down!
Blah blah blah! Here goes! Maelstrom! The blah blah!
Anything in armor is all mine! This one's mine!
You get the gist!
Again? Jesus.
Going in! Another incantation! Creation! Tidal wave! Now's our chance! Tidal wave! Going in!
Dance on the wind!
Healing circle!
Demons descend! Flashing bang!
The waters of creation! Hear me! Flame of fury!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara! Magic command! Air thrust! The blah blah blah! Arch requires complete knowledge! Thanks so much! Raging Sphere! Here comes! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Blah blah blah!
Glacial fire! We can really make weapons with this?
Optic
We got
dress.
some good equipment!
Has to be hers.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Oh, come on, cutscene.
Huh.
Go no further!
Here!
Get behind me! Air thrust! The waters of creation! Their hide is thick as armor! Tidal wave! Lightning strike!
Strong! Easily be faithful.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Take this!
Reload!
I'm ready!
Tidal wave! Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
Nicely done!
Look sharp. All thanks to
Blah
you.
blah blah! Holy land! The blah blah blah! One more!
Take this!
So you get the gist! Tidal wave! This one's mine. You get the deck. Right away.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malata!
Alpin, astral energy.
Say no more.
Oh, it actually hit the other one too.
Wow, look what I just found.
Oh, so I finally got his thing.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use
I wonder
this
how
for
many other
fruits and
locations I
vegetables?
could use that ability.
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
This will be a delicious piece of cake. Cannon, flame of fury. Burning red. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. This is not on my watch. Blah, blah, blah. You get the gist. Holy land. Now for some blind freak. Why can't they just sit still?
Shionne, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Block Alpin. Astral energy.
Say no more.
The waters of creation. Dance, immortal droplets.
Looks like we won.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Not today.
Hurricane Spread. Going in.
Can you take cover when it calls up?
Tidal wave ready.
Can you take it? The pesky airborne scoundrel. No
Sounds like a job for you truly. Shionne, astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory. Naturally. I'm ready. You get the gist. Holy land. You get the gist. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Freeze lancer. Leave the enemy's arch to me.
No complaints here.
Tidal wave. Blah, blah, blah. Air drop. Hear my call. You get the gist. Hey, flame of fury. Burning Dohalim.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. Another one down.
There's two, huh?
Your
I
skills
think
are
I have an idea where one of them
My
is, but I
face
don't
is
remember.
starting to sting, and my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
You want some too, Shionne?
Go no further.
I'm gone! Infernal crossing!
Raging cascade. In here. Reload. More for the stop. You have to aim for the bright area on their back. Now clear my sight. Go for the point. Blah blah blah. Holy land. You get the gist.
You picked the wrong fight.
You get the gist. Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Lightning strike!
Do it.
Hey!
Blow them away!
Opted for an intricately crafted weapon as usual.
It is beautiful in both function and form.
You're gonna hate when it gets scratched.
Up somewhere.
I won't forgive you. Raging cascade. Don't mind if I do.
Take this!
All right.
If it crawls up, time to get out of the way.
Tidal wave.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Do it.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. You don't mess around.
Certainly not.
The water
The enemy wields art too.
You'll soon see about that. Feel that. Raging cascade. Field. More for the stockpile. Blah blah blah. You get the gist. Tidal wave. You got art field. You get the gist. Spread. The blah blah blah. Tidal wave. Blah blah blah. Maelstrom.
I'll smash you! Take this!
Holy land.
I'm ready!
Law. Demons descend.
Flashing bang!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Oh, shortcut. $56. Wow. And I lost my bonus.
Coming through.
Raging cascade! Hold on to your heart. Here I come! Here's a healing arc!
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
You get the gist. Tidal wave!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
I've got plenty to go around.
Mega ray!
I'm gonna
I'll
switch.
take you all on.
I'm gonna switch from the caster to the rough.
Flare the Malisa.
Raging cascade! Spread! Healing circle! Here goes! Holy land!
And just like that,
I'm back in.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
In an instant!
Raging cascade! Spread! Magic advance! Air thrust! You get the gist.
How do you
Precision
like
timing.
being pounded
All
into
a perfect
shape?
test.
That's it? Nothing else to add?
You take meticulous care of your fire.
Tidal
The
wave!
tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Then let's keep pressing the attack.
Indeed.
Look sharp!
Lightning Thunder Blade.
Do it. Hurricane.
In an instant! Impact block!
I'm ready for the next battle. Looks like some solid equipment.
Oh yeah, I know. The dash should be. Oh, speaking. Sure.
Hi, Hoodle! Annihilate! Ready and break! Water! Air thrust! You get the gist. Holy land! Hear me! Blast fury! Tidal wave! Water! Hear my call! Air thrust!
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
Water! Hear my call! Magic advance! Here's evil!
You made me angry. That was a bad
Holy
idea.
Lancer! The blah blah blah! Hurricane! Tidal wave! Here I go! I'm only getting hurricane! You get the gist.
I'll take you all.
Ah,
Ha! Flare the Malisa.
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
There's more where that came from. Get lost! Raging cascade! Sleep now. Hurricane! Let's get you off the way. Blah blah blah! Air thrust! The flashing parts are weak points. You get the gist. Holy land! Annihilation!
In a bind?
The blah blah blah! Going in! Tidal wave! You get the gist. Here's the water! Do it!
All yours, Kisara!
that was a shiny
complaints
monster
from me.
too. They're going down ghost.
Did anybody see that? Little help! By the power of water! You get the gist. Here I go.
Oh, come on.
The flame inside me cures you to be let free.
Scream bathed in blood, rending you a bloody howler. Resonate with the earth.
Water, hear my call. Dance with the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. We managed to turn the tide.
For now. But things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert.
Resonate with the earth.
Water, hear my call. Raging cascade. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust. Blah, blah, blah. Holy...
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare to Malisa!
Raging cascade. All interceptors remain one. Come forth, a helix of Maelstrom. Magic is there. Holy land. You get the gist. What's the secret to being as strong as you?
You're pretty fierce on your own.
Well, maybe. But I still got a ways to go. I thought you more defensively minded.
Defense via threat elimination.
So the best defense is a good offense.
Air thrust. You get the gist. Holy land. Blah, blah, blah.
Everyone's still in one piece?
Deadlock. Raging cascade. Spread. You want me? Hold on to your arm. Here I come. Burning strike. Glacial spear. Here's evil. Tidal wave. One more time. Raging cascade. Do it. Doverline.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. You don't mess around.
Certainly not.
You get the gist. Water, hear my call. You get the gist. You don't have firearms here on Dana.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome, wouldn't it?
Make it rain!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Like we're gonna lose to Small Fry.
I should have waited until after this.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Raging cascade. Radiant Pierce. Loving dream. Catapult. I'll heal you all. They're surrounding it. No more Miss Nice Girl. Healing circle. Blah, blah, blah. Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too. You get the gist. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar! Blah, blah, blah. Here's evil. You get the gist. Air thrust. You get the gist. Holy land. I can do this all day. Tidal wave. Healing circle.
I'm in your debt.
Radiant blood.
I'm ready!
Shield. This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go. Raging cascade. Feel.
Lasting darkness.
Magic is there! Freeze Lancer! Here goes! Here's require complete focus! Flaming meteor! What would I do with Raging Cascade? Sealed! Freeze Lancer! Blah blah blah! Holy Land!
This one's mine!
Reflect on that.
Make it rain!
Air thrust! Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! You were practically a blur. Together with your marksmanship, we make quite the team.
Air 5 brights. Another gold gummy. Wait. Oh shit, did that?
I'm okay, guys.
Coming through.
Raging Cascade!
Resonate with the earth.
Shield and
Not on my watch!
On your knees.
Blah, blah, blah. Legend! Holy Land! You get the gist. Maelstrom! Now for something special! Blah, blah, blah. Breath! You get the gist. It's over!
Lightning strike! Far enough!
You get the gist. Tidal Wave!
Where are you going?
You get the gist. Dohalim!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
Certainly not.
Hold on to your arc. Here I come!
Glacial Spear.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Tidal Wave! Not on my ready! Hurricane Foot! Tidal Wave! Now Phoenix Blast! You get the gist. Tidal Wave! Do it! You get the gist. Tidal Wave! Only getting started. You get the gist. Annihilation!
Make it rain!
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
So, fire and earth. This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not... necessarily. Both of them contain Earth astral energy.
Oh, shortcut. Ah.
What's with that shining foam? Over there.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Burn!
Their hopes were interrupted.
Another incantation ruined.
In a bind?
Armor won't save you.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
The waters of creation are required for tidal wave. Inferno!
This one's all mine.
Magic ahead! The water I owe you, Shionne. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Just heal in a circle! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
You picked the wrong fight.
Holy Land! You get the gist.
Now you see what I can do.
Wait, why? Should've been the other one. The one I was targeting like way over there. What the heck? Wow, that's...
If it's in the sky, it's mine. You made quick work of them.
I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve, young lady.
I hope to see them sometime. And here, I'll be saving this one.
To everlasting dawn.
Armor won't save you. Negative gate.
Air thrust! Too much to handle.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
The waters are unready. Alphen, this ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
felt better.
Her leg isn't broken, it's fine.
That's for sure. Go Nova! There! Piercing rush!
Ignite!
Raging cascade! Blah blah blah! Air drop! You get the gist. Holy land! Blah blah blah! Tidal wave! The flashing part's their weak point.
I'm ready! Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Oh, come on.
Mine. Sweet dreams! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Shattering up pieces! Attack time!
Blah blah blah. Holy land!
Reload!
I'm out of ammo. Back into the fray. Raging cascade!
Hold the line!
Blah blah blah. You have such an incredible technique.
Brute force is nothing without elegance of form.
I don't know what you're saying. Now let's get astral energy. Full throttle!
You.
Is every shield you own that big?
Here, you want to try holding it?
Ugh. How do you even walk with this thing?
I'll do my best!
Resonate with the earth!
Switch the light!
Raging cascade! In here!
Now it's my turn!
Water! Field!
Piercing
Resonate
roll!
with the
In
earth!
here! Here's the evil in there with the others! Freeze Lancer!
Aim for the weak point!
How'd you?
Lightning
wait.
First aid! Hurricane flight!
Just need to use a Hyogi, so.
Marksman handled this.
I'll take you all on!
Oh, there it is. Okay, now I want to go.
Flare the Malisa!
The waters of creation! Magic is there! Tidal wave! I can do this all day!
My head's spinning just watching you!
I'm ready! Shionne! Astral energy! Full throttle!
You.
A flawless escape! Naturally! Laser spear! Piercing! I'm ready! Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
I need to be stronger.
Needs to be stronger. Come as gods. A boss already? What boss will be? It's probably some kind of fire boss. Greedy and mystical. Wait, was that cheaper? God damn it. I didn't check. I don't think we need meteor storms, so I'm gonna bring. Oh, don't tell me it's gonna be the chameleon. I would guess it's a fire chameleon. That's my guess. No, it's not. Oh shit! Isn't that the...
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
The same
Do
one.
you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go!
Looks like the very first royal guy in
This one's
spot.
tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Oh crap!
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes,
Oh,
everyone!
quickly dodge that shit.
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
I assume this is a lower level one
that
though.
thing's lunch.
Like tutorial how to
summoning
fight.
Take care of them while keeping an eye on...
Yeah, it's definitely.
Magic is down! And taken to the damage! Freeze Lancer! The blah blah blah! Tidal wave! Here!
Don't shove her inside.
Radiant look here!
Sorry,
Raging cascade!
I didn't want to put you out.
Not a friend's foe. Depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in
Blah
mind.
blah blah! Annihilation!
This one's mine!
Mega ray! Tidal wave! Take
Now you see what I can do!
Amazing.
Mega ray! Annihilation! Burning strike!
Glacial spear.
Pierce evil!
To me, or is
Laser!
not harder still?
Raging cascade! You're right! This one's blah blah blah! Air thrust! Radiant!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
You get the chance.
Dare strike me from behind? I can carve through armor!
Magic attack! Freeze Lancer!
Right!
Radiant hurricane strike! I'm only getting serious flame! Reload!
Another incantation ruined.
Raging cascade! Magic is out! Freeze blaster!
This one's mine!
Flaming meteor! Blah blah blah! Nail struck! Blah blah blah! Tidal wave!
All healed. Denied.
Shine! Radiant
You
light!
get the jet!
Force of
Tidal
regeneration!
wave! This one's mine!
Regenerate!
My getting
Freeze
saving.
blaster! Here I go!
Carve through armor!
One
Look
more!
sharp!
Nail struck!
No further!
Here! Lightning strike!
Will this help?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I hope this medicine works.
Blah blah blah! Magic! Holy land! You get the jet! Air drop!
Down.
You're all another ammo requires complete focus!
Make it rain.
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
We did it.
A new
Magnificently
leaf
done.
Raging cascade!
Heal?
Water! Here's a healing art! First aid! What would I do without you? Raging cascade! Here my call! Spread! Air thrust! You get the jet! Freeze blaster! Spread! Raging cascade! Here's Evo! Spread! Freeze blaster! Magic! Freeze blaster! You get the jet! Nail strike!
Ignite!
Blah blah blah! Tidal wave!
Resonate with the earth! See what I can do!
Lightning! Tidal wave! Let me help!
Bathed in blood!
Where are you going? All disasters made one! Come forth and heal it to purity!
Negative gate!
Magic is
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Blazing spear! Here's evil! Blah blah blah!
I'm ready!
Shionne! Astral energy! Full throttle! Here's a healing art! First aid!
Appreciate the help.
Sure!
Here come more.
We'll just have to keep fighting. The enemy wields ours
Hold
too.
on to your... We'll soon see about that! Up and at 'em! Let's go! Raging cascade! Spread!
Make it rain.
Shionne! Astral energy!
There we go, cancel out one of his attacks.
A flawless
And I hit all of them at the same time.
Rage naturally! Glacial spear! Piercing ready! Tidal wave! Do it, Jet! Don't mind if I do! Blah blah blah!
Holy shit!
Hurry!
Yeah, this is exactly like the first boss in the
Sometimes the best medicine is the toughest.
Not today!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
One more time!
Oh shit!
Mega
Whoa, whoa!
Air thrust!
Oh, never mind, I just pulled that.
Do it! Lock!
Demons
descend!
Flashing fang!
Water, hear my call! Raging cascade! Glacial spear! Pierce the evil! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Lancer!
This one's all mine!
Close one!
Reinforcements incoming.
Not a problem! Raging cascade! Can't be happening!
Eat dirt!
You have magic is there! Holy bloody! There are you get the jet! Tidal wave!
All powered up.
Coming through! A new lease on life! Hold on to your art! Here I come! The water, you get the jet! Tidal wave! Too much to handle? You get the jet! Air thrust!
Oh god, I didn't see him come at all. That was my fault.
This one's mine! Hurricane strike! Glacial spear! Here evil!
Burn in hell!
Here's a healing tough fight!
Now my clothes will reach.
Raging cascade! Spread! Magic is there! Freeze lancer! Blah blah blah! Holy lance! Close one!
It's on!
Raging cascade! Spread!
Not today!
Magic is there! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Holy lance!
Looking good out there.
Just getting started!
That's the spirit.
Raging
Take no
cascade!
prisoners.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. Holy land! I can do this all day! I'm on a roll!
This one's mine.
Allow me to help.
Raging Cascade! Spread! Magic is not in your dreams! Magic is there! Here's a healing orb!
Oh, come on.
Raging Cascade! Hear my call! Spread! Magic is there! Freeze Lancer! Blah blah blah! Spread! Lancer! Mega Ray! Annihilation! Mega Ray! Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Why is my camera so lackluster?
Raging Cascade! Spread! Blah blah blah! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Raging Cascade!
Okay, I saw the explosion right there.
Raging
Oh, fuck.
Cascade!
I'll take you all
Oh,
off.
there it goes. Kisara canceled that.
Flare the Molotov.
Raging Cascade!
Fight! First aid! Hard steel! Strike!
Your taste.
Freeze Lancer! Only that! You get Mega
This
Ray!
one's mine.
Tidal Wave!
Far enough.
Raging
Hurricane strike!
Spread!
Lightning strike!
Here, let me help.
First aid! Hurricane strike! Lightning strike!
Magic is there! Spread! Blah blah blah. Enemies immobilized. Healing circle. You get the gist. Freeze Lancer!
Now where was I?
Celestial Hammer! Shionne! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Nothing gets by me.
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Holy fuck!
Flame inside.
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't. Tree, not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe. Will this help?
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just watch and learn. That's enough. Go back down.
You don't really fight it. You just let Alphen just one punch him. Oh, that's disappointing.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
I have an idea where that key is used. I think.
Hey, is that it over there?
Oh, now I can actually make that. Just actually, never mind. The damage is way too weak.
You can never be too prepared, but did... we have to spend so much?
Alvin?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Legaris.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alvin.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Legaris once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
I wonder this is the point of no return. Once you go there, you can't come back here. Meanwhile, if figure out where the right here, I think.
You finally made it.
East side. Wrong direction.
What's on the other side of this door, anyway?
Why ask me when you can just open it and find out?
Into the grotto.
This is...
But this is...
Right.
Kisara. Oh.
Oh, glad you're loving the game, Plat.
Wow!
Wiener recipe. Oh
Nice
my
one,
God.
Alphen.
Thanks. Gotta keep up with the competition.
Personally, I prefer bologna.
Oh my God. Wiener recipe. I wonder what it does.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Wait. Oh, come on, really? Oh, 666 defense. Wow. Got what, Rinwell? She's fun to use. I mean, everybody is fun to use. It just depends on how you use it. If anything. Okay, would that be considered the ultimate recipe? Oh, no ultimate ingredient. No, I guess not. That would have been too easy. Guess I tried this one. See how it is.
You finally made
Quest? No quest.
it.
I've got to keep my equipment in tip-top shape.
Let's see, where's the wiener thing? Attack up large. So 16%. So you go up to 25 plus with all. Not bad actually. Actually, this. I don't even know what the hell. Okay, I made that one already. I know that.
This is perfect! I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they see this.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Night, everyone. Thanks to you, I was able to rest easy.
Well, everybody brings their own ability in the battle system, so yeah, you're gonna learn quite a bit, almost the whole game. Let's see how stupid hard this is.
Are we underground? This looks like the inside of some kind of ancient structure.
It seems likely that we're in a Danan temple. Instead of destroyed, it must have been buried and preserved. Either that, or it was constructed underground to begin with.
Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is cool.
Hold on to your arc. Here I come.
It feels like a Star Ocean. They did a Star Ocean dungeon in here. Wow.
Careful! We've got company!
What the? Are those statues moving?
And attacking!
Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust! You get the gist.
Resonate with the earth! Ignite!
Oh, what level they? 60.
On your knees! I'll protect you! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Green faith and blood!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah. Breath! Cyclone! Blah, blah, blah. Arch require complete focus. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is in! Burning trust! You get the gist. Holy land! Blah, blah, blah. Cyclone!
Take this!
Blah, blah, blah. Breath! Blah, blah, blah.
Shattering pieces!
You get the gist.
Oh, god damn it.
This one's all mine!
Raging cascade! Breath! Magic is in! Air!
You're on!
Thank you, Dohalim.
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on. Breath! Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust! You get the gist. Burning thrust! You get the gist. This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
What do y'all mean?
Here, let me help!
Raging cascade! Breath! Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah. Holy land!
You picked the wrong fight!
Blah, blah, blah. Cyclone! You get the gist.
I can carve through armor!
Make it rain!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Water! Hear my piercing roar! Bread! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Dance in the wind! Ares! Blaster! Blah, blah, blah! Burning! Raging cascade!
This one's all mine!
Holy land!
Make it rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Hear my call! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah! Burning! I want you get the gist! You get the gist! Holy land!
Make it rain!
Shionne! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally!
What the hell was all that about? Those things didn't even look alive, let alone like Zoobles.
They were part of these ruins, but it seemed... The astral energy changed them somehow. If I had to guess, I'd say there's something bigger lurking within that wants us gone from this place.
Whoever or whatever it is must really value its privacy.
I won't let me escape. I can't run away.
Raging cascade! Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah! Burning!
They smite with blackened
You get the
blade!
gist! Breath! You get the gist! Cyclone! You get the gist! Holy land! You get the gist! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Shionne!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Radiant Pierce!
On guard! Green faith and blood! Rending you a
Dance in
bloody
the wind! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah! Burning thrust! You get the gist! Holy land! Oh, you get the gist! Cyclone! You get the gist! Air thrust!
Now you see what I can do!
Air thrust! Magic is there! Burning strike! You get the gist! Spread! Blah blah blah! Holy Lance! Inferno! Celestial Hammer!
Make it ready!
Shionne! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
This one's all for you.
Reload! Hurricane Strike! Reload! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there! Spread! You get the gist! Holy Lance! You get the gist! Cyclone!
It's go time!
Make it ready!
Shionne! Astral Energy! Full throttle! Searing Flame! I'm open up glacial! Magic is there! Burning Strike! You get the gist! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Holy Lance! You get the gist! Cyclone! Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash!
Hear me! Flame of Dance in the wind! Air water! Magic is there! Burning
This one's mine!
Spread! Blah blah blah! Holy Lance! You get the gist! Lantern! Cyclone!
I'm ready!
Darling! This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash!
Oh fuck, which direction I came from? Oh shit, there's 3 of them! No, this has to be toward my left. Oh, what an asshole. Seriously. Yeah, it's this way, That's I remember I looked to the right and...
Reflect on thy sin.
That's right.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you!
Negative gate! Hurricane Strike! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Hurricane Strike! Blah blah blah! Holy Litter! A whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! First force! Cyclone! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! You get the gist!
Ignite!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here! Raging cascade! Magic is there! Holy Land! A whirl! Blah blah blah!
Now we see what I can do!
Cyclone! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Going in! Blah blah blah!
Do it!
Tiger Gamorna! Blah blah blah! You can do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash!
Take it! You're mine! Raging cascade! Lightning strike! Magic is there! Air thrust! Oh, sparkling stars and blah blah blah! Water! Meteor storm! You get the gist! Spread! You get the gist! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Blah blah blah! Holy Land!
Anything in armor is all mine! I'm ready!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Sighted!
Wait, how? That many still?
Magic is there! Air thrust! Celestial Hammer! Do it!
Soaring blast! Eagle ray!
Make it rain! Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot.
Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Holy Land! Oh, you get the gist! Cyclone! Celestial Hammer!
I'm ready!
Get toasty!
Burn strike! On your
Hurricane Flame! Dance in the wind! Feel! In here!
Denied.
No more playing nice! Blah blah blah!
Here
Feel!
goes.
More than a stockpile!
Look sharp. Having I've taken too many hits. Look sharp.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Someone died?
heal my
Blah blah blah! Air thrust! I can do this all day!
This one's mine. How about this?
Dance in the wind! In here! Sleep now! In here!
Appreciate the help.
Oh,
Here, let me help.
Magic
I'm sure ate better food if I knew it's gonna be like this. Oh. What the?
The ancient Danans must have built it to honor the strength of the astral energy that runs through here.
But if that's the case, what does it have to do with that face we saw above ground?
Without further research, I wouldn't be able to say.
I'm all stopped up!
I don't even know where the fuck I am.
Radiant Pierce in the wind! Feel! Radiant Pierce! Let's get you all tucked away! Feel! Feel! Sleep now! Radiant Get on in there with the others! A whirling struggle! Winds of cyclone! I'm all stopped up! Annihilation! Celestial Runner! I'll heal you all! I've risen! Think you can fly? Celestial Runner! Let's keep up the pressure! Glow! Radiant! I've risen! Time to stop! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Go get him! Freeze Lancer! Glacial Fire! Dance! Do it! Air Thrust! Blah blah blah! That's friend! You get the gist! Holy Land! You get the gist! Cyclone! Celestial Hammer! Do it! Law! Demons Descend! Flashing Fang!
No, this is a side quest. Except I'm just doing it a little too early.
Dance in the wind! Air Thrust! Magic is there! Breath! You get the gist! Holy Land! You get the gist! Breath! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this!
These are like level 60 plus enemies. I'm only like level 45.
Heal my weary whirling struggle. Cure. Winds of heaven. Burst forth. Cyclone. Magic is there. Air. Holy Land. Shionne. Astral energy. Full throttle.
I'm relying on burst strike to kill them because they had too much HP for me to kill normally.
Pierce evil. Raging cascade. Breath. Blah blah blah. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Holy Land. Blah blah blah. Cyclone. Celestial Runner. I've risen. I've risen. Celestial Runner.
Ah, damn it.
Healing circle. Lightning. Deathfall. Pierce air thrust. Magic is
Could chain with something else.
Blah blah blah. You get the gist. Holy Land. Shionne. Astral energy. Full throttle. Searing flame. Magic is there. Burning. Blah blah blah. Air thrust. Blah blah blah.
It's time to finish this! Dive! Consuming wildfire! Searing Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
I came from that direction. Okay, side door. Okay, this dead end.
Going in! Back into the fray!
Right.
On guard! Rending you a bloody hurricane strike! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! And breath! Blah blah blah! And burning strike!
You get the gist.
The fluidity of your movements are simply incredible.
You picked the wrong fight.
Lightning strike!
Magic strike. Air take care of.
Ah, damn it.
Poodle. They still dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Burning strike. Blah blah blah. Breath. Inferno. Blah blah blah. Holy Land.
I'll smash you.
You get the gist. Cyclone.
Lightning strike! Piercing rain!
Shine. Radiant light. Force of resistance.
Get toasted! toasty!
Burn strike! Breath of life. Heal my weary temple. It's in your hands now.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Pierce evil! Blah blah blah! That's spread! You get the gist. Holy land! You get the gist. Cyclone!
Burn!
Blah blah blah! Cyclone! Blah blah blah! Cyclone!
It's go time! I'll smash you! Cut and flash!
Blah blah blah! Holy! Where are you
They
going?
smite with blackened blade!
Make it rain! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Burning strike! A whirl! Blah blah blah! Cyclone! You get the gist. Holy land!
This one's mine! Blood! Rending you apart!
Blah blah blah!
Bloody howling!
Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Burning strike! Here's another flash! Bullseye!
Reflect on thy sins. They smite with
Celestial
blackened blade!
Oh, come on. Why'd you even break?
It's on! Execution! On your knees!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! A whirling struggle!
Resonate with the earth!
Winds of heaven! Cyclone!
Bathed in blood! Rending you apart!
Blah blah blah!
Do it!
This one's got your name
I'm
on it!
surprised this is like at the very border edge. You didn't even trigger it.
First aid! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! That's spread! Mega ray! You get the gist! What's in Holy Land? Blah blah blah! Burning strike!
I'll smash you!
Blah blah blah! Cyclone! Radiant here!
I'm ready!
Dueling! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Magic! Sealed! In here! Sealed! This'll come in handy! A whirling struggle! Blah blah blah! Magic! Cyclone!
This one's mine!
I can do that all day! Ready and ready! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Burning strike! Blah blah blah!
Not beyond fury!
Ray! This one's mine! Hurricane strike! Burning dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah blah blah!
Behold!
Oh, he had his yogi? Oh, didn't realize that.
Tectonic vision!
I'll heal you all! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is out! Blah blah blah! Holy land! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Celestial hammer! Burning strike! Blah blah blah! Burning strike! Blah blah blah! Spread!
Oh, I was dead.
Bloody howling!
I was like, wait a minute, why can't she protect me?
Blah blah blah! Blah blah blah! Holy!
Eat dirt!
You get all now!
Oh, come on, really? That didn't stop it?
Bathed in blood! Rending you a bloody howling!
Still got some fight left in me. Hands in the wind! Air thrust! Denied! Magic is there! Spread! You get the gist! Holy land! You get the gist! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Heal!
Right.
Sorry to trouble you. Hold on to your arts. Here I come!
I don't even know if I went the right direction. I definitely dead end here. I should have ate better food if I knew it was gonna be like this. Oh my god. Right.
On your knees!
Into the shadow!
Resonate with the earth! Take this!
Mega ray!
Can you take it?
Ladder ray!
Crescent flash!
Dance, immortal
I'll
dust!
grind you into dust!
Lore for the
Does it hurt? Does it hurt?
Freeze!
Does it hurt?
Now I call!
carve through armor!
Glacial Steel, restore!
Eat this! That's enough! Now I'm in the groove! I'm on it! You're done! Steel! I'm on it! I'll tear you apart! Eat this! Come and get it! I'm on a roll now! Now or never! I'll tear you apart! Eat this! That's enough! Whirlwind snap! First strike! Whirlwind snap! I'll tear you apart! Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Score!
Magic is there! In here!
Swallow dance! Death blossom!
I'm out of it!
Whirlwind snap!
The water
In a bind? These fists have got your name on them! Eat this!
Blah, blah, blah! Thunderblade! Too much to handle? Do it! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
The waters of creation!
I'll tear you apart! The flame inside is yours to be left free!
Sleep now!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Radiant! A whirling struggle! Glacial spear! Here's a cannon! First form! Blah, blah, blah!
I'll tear you apart!
Get on
Eat this! That's enough!
Steel! One at a time!
Whirlwind
Holy
snap!
land! Blah, blah, blah!
Eat this!
Sleep now!
Storm!
Let's get you all tucked away!
Hurricane strike! Whirlwind snap!
Steel!
Eat this! Take this! Eat this! You see what happened there as you crossed me? You shouldn't have done that!
More
Make it rain!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Annihilate! Meteor! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
A whirling struggle!
Piercing roar! Come and get it! Watch this!
Do it!
Glitter dragon!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Goddamn, I'll have this.
All good things come to an end. Eat this!
Going in! Hurricane strike!
Whirlwind snap! Now I'm in the groove! Steel!
All healed! In here!
First strike! Come and get it! I'm on it! Inferno! Perfect! Whirlwind snap! I'm sorry to be a bother.
Alright, we've all got another thing!
Yes, ma'am!
Here's a healing
Hurricane down! Eagle drive! First strike! Lunar arc! You're done! Watch it! Swallow dance! Hurricane! I'll finish you here and now! Right! Burst! Inferno punch! Lunar arc! I'm just getting started! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
Already on! Eat this! Talent storm! Steel! Inferno! Oh, you are gonna pay for that! I'm on it! I'll tear you apart! Talent storm!
I'll bring you back from death to
I'll tear you apart! I'm on it! You picked the wrong fight! First strike!
Hurricane strike! Burning! I'm gone!
Whirlwind snap! In a bind? Talent storm!
Can't be happening!
Glitter dragon! Make it rain! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Those sparkling stars of light!
Look sharp! Igneous discharge! Strike! Coming on! Inferno! These fists have got your name on them! I'll tear you apart! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Purge! Magic
Rolling
is there!
snap!
Sealed! Get up! New strategy? I like the sound of that. I can do this all day!
That's enough! I'll tear you apart! Now I'm in trouble!
But you get the gist. Divine Savior!
I'll tear you apart!
Just what the doctor ordered.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Rinwell! Demons descend! Flashing fang! Easy!
Way to go!
Prepare to be sealed! Burn!
Meteor storm! A chain between heaven and
You're
earth.
mine!
Blah, blah, blah,
Flash!
magic.
Lightning thrust!
Sleep now. This will come in handy.
Here I come!
Sparkling stars of light! Rain down and
Be
purify
still!
all! Meteor storm! I can do this all day!
Oh shit! Everybody died. What the heck?
Magic is there! Sleep now.
Is this it?
Oh fuck! That's my fault.
Those sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all! Meteor storm! Now magic is there!
I let my guard down.
Freeze Lancer!
What the hell, Kisara? Are you serious?
Rising speed!
Should take us all my health.
Can't get out of this!
Confiscated! Hurricane strike! Healing circle! Thanks so much! Air drop! Stop
One's all mine!
You get the gist! Holy land! Burning! Blah, blah, blah! Do it! Right through! This one's got your name on it!
My god, Kisa just run up to the stupid rock guy and gets killed. What the fuck am I?
I can handle it.
Yeah, okay.
It's on! Take this!
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, I need to find out the halfway boss fight. I don't even know if I can even do it. Ah. And I don't know how How am I gonna do this? They even leveled up once? Nope. Jesus. Pack up tiny.
Something
65.
feels different.
Stay sharp. It looks like we've got trouble.
Yeah, we can tell.
They got me in their sights.
We've got orbs incoming.
It must have summoned them.
The last thing we need is a crowd. Let's dispatch them quickly.
You get the gist. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Arts required.
It's almost strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Master. Blah blah blah. Holy land. A whirling struggle. Winds of heaven. Curse force. Hold on to your art. Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah. You too.
Not today.
You get the gist.
Hurricane!
Air thrust. Magic is there. Spread.
Our attacks just bounce off!
We may have to wait for now. I need something.
Oh, come on,
You
that's
need
odd.
to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
Do it.
That's gonna smart. Air thrust.
I have to train harder.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Burning strike. You get the gist. Spread. You get the gist. Holy land. You get the gist. Cyclone.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Dance
Just
in
as
the
well,
wind.
I'm
Air
here to
thrust.
stop.
Magic is there. Spread.
Oh, come on, why am I tugging? Oh my god, I was building up my instinct. I was building up the strike gauge. I decided. Oh,
This one's all mine.
what kind of dumbass targeting system is that?
Here's a healing art. First aid. That's quite, unique. Magic is there. Burning strike. You get the gist. Spread.
Ignite.
You get the gist. Cyclone. You get the holy land. Art expert coming through. You get the gist. Spread. The failure's not an option. Select
Oh, Jesus. Oh, of course. So fucking frustrating.
And the flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. I'll bring you back from death. Magic is in. Spread. Resuscitation. You get the gist. Lightning. Blah, blah, blah. Holy land. Here I go.
It won't end like this. Don't leave me all alone here.
Hurricane flush.
From beyond.
Air thrust.
This vengeance. Not today.
Blah, blah, blah. Magic. Blah, blah, blah. Holy land. You get the gist. Spread.
It's on.
You get the gist. Burn it.
I can carve through armor.
Holy land. Blah, blah, blah. Cyclone. Do it.
Oh, finally, it's
Go
done.
for it.
Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it? Not by a long
Dance in the
shot.
wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Burning strike. You get the gist. Spread. You get the gist. Holy land. Blah, blah, blah. Cyclone.
You picked the wrong fight.
You get the gist. Air thrust.
You feel the medicine work?
Make it rain. Shionne. Astral energy. Full throttle.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Nicole.
How dumb is the AI? Just like get into this stupid ass line of the laser.
There. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
I mean, it's pretty obvious you don't want to get into that.
Holy land. Blah, blah, blah. Cyclone. Hasten. Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust.
Armor won't save you.
Burn You get the gist.
Can't get out of this!
Blah blah blah. Here goes. Holy land,
From
not
beyond,
in your dreams.
imbue this vanquished soul with life! This one's all mine! Begin! Eat dirt!
Burning.
I'm ready!
Blah blah blah.
In an instant! Impact block! It's on!
Going in. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Burning strike. Piercing roar. Strike. Blah blah blah. Holy
Ignite!
there. Into the shadow. You get the gist. Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal you all. This one. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Spread.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Holy land. You get the gist. Burning strike.
Now you see what I can do! And just like that, I'm back in it! I'm ready! By holding the front.
Go for it.
And this is the only way I can kill the level 60 enemy. Just strike them to
Flame
death.
inside me yearns to be let free!
Oh, please be smart.
Comes something bigger.
New player!
I think that's the core.
Let's destroy this thing first!
Air thrust.
Eat dirt!
Burning strike. Blah blah blah. Spread. Oh, you get the gist. Cyclone.
Seriously?
Blah blah blah. Holy land.
Now you see what I can do!
Blah blah blah. Air thrust. Here goes.
The regeneration! Regenerate!
I'll bring you back from death's
Let
abyss.
us take to the fray!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Burning strike. Blah blah blah. Spread. Blah
This
blah.
one's all mine!
It's over.
You picked the wrong fight!
You get the gist. Cyclone. Let the marksman handle this. A whirling struggle. Cyclone.
Oh.
I'll bring you back from death. Hurricane fight.
I'll face you!
Smart. Back into the fray.
Oh, come on! Stupid. Oh my god, the camera angle.
Dance in the wind. Air burn. Magic is there. Spread. Blah blah blah. Holy land. Oh blah blah blah. Cyclone. Radiant. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there.
Jesus, that was my fault right there.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
The tempest engulfs you!
This is some punishment.
That's gonna smart.
Oh my god. How fucking dumb are they?
Ready to go. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah.
Again!
Burning strike. You get the gist.
What kind of... Oh, Jesus. I'm burning it. I'm burning my life bottles on... Oh my god, Shionne nearly died again.
Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Magic. Spread. You get the gist. Hold on to your arm. Here I come. You get the gist. Air thrust. You get the gist. Burning strike. Blah blah blah. Spread. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Burning strike. Blah blah blah. Spread. Oh, sparkling. Blah blah blah. Meteor storm.
Now you see what I can do!
Blah blah blah. Meteor storm. Not in your dreams. You get the gist. Meteor storm. Oh, fuck. You get the gist.
Oh shit.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitate. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Spread. You get the gist. Burning strike. Oh, sparkling. Blah blah blah.
Resuscitation!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Spread.
Force of regeneration!
Its wings are lighting up.
It's getting ready to attack!
This is some punishment.
How dumb can you be?
Don't face it head on.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Burning strike. You get the gist. Spread. Oh, spark. You get the gist. Meteor storm.
This one's mine!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah.
All the life bottles are going to the healers because they're stupid enough to stay in the freaking laser on the ground or get hit. Oh, can't help.
Dance Dance in the wind!
Oh god. I'm almost to the point that I don't want them to attack. Seriously. The only thing's gonna die.
Magic is there! Here's a healing air thrust!
Yep, there you go, he died. Told you.
Raging cascade!
Dumbass.
Spread! Magic is there! Holy land!
This one's all mine.
This one's mine! Dance in the wind!
Oh fuck.
Ready.
Whoa.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Enemies immobilized! Cyclone! Magic is there! Holy land! You Air thrust! This one's mine! Oh, fuck, you get the gist! Meteor storm! Oh, fuck, you get the gist! Meteor storm!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't
Meteor
depend on
storm!
them?
Don't mind if
You're
I
right.
do. Oh,
I'll bear that in mind.
Meteor storm!
Now you see what I can do.
Meteor! Dance in the wind!
Fuck.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Hurricane thrust! This one's Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Holy land! Oh, sparkling stars! You get the gist! Healing meteor! Bring you back from blah blah blah! Meteor!
Now you see what I can do.
You get the gist!
Oh shit! Oh.
Dance in the wind! Raging cascade! Spread! Oh, how do you like being pounded into shape? Here, let me help. Meteor storm! Oh, this one's mine!
Damn it, that was my fault right there.
Sorry. I'll bring you back from cave a bit. I let my guard down. I'll bring you back from
Look, Shionne's gonna die. Oh my gosh, she actually dodged. Holy crap.
I've still got some fight left in me.
Holy crap, she actually dodged.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Burning thrust! Blah blah blah! Holy land! Blah blah blah! Cyclone! I'll heal you all! Air thrust! Healing circle!
Yeah, Cyclone can't.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there!
He won't stand still. Really
Here
tough to
goes! Oh, sparkling stars!
Yeah, you
blah,
can't
blah, blah.
can't stun him.
Meteor storm! Oh, spark! You get the gist.
Might as well just go.
Meteor storm!
Armor won't save you.
Blah blah blah! Meteor storm!
I can still hit you when you're in air.
The flame inside me yearns.
Why is the camera spinning like crazy?
Air thrust! Where was I? Blah blah blah! Spread! Oh, sparkling stars!
Easter.
Meteor! Oh, spark! You get the gist. Here's a healing meteor storm! Oh, spark! You get the gist. This one's mine! Meteor storm! Oh, spark! Blah blah blah!
Well, I'm doing 12 hits. What happened there? Oh, I guess I got hit.
No more flare night!
Bad thing.
Mega ray fight! By the power of water!
It's on.
Hurricane flight!
Burn in hell.
Oh, I got hit by that. That was totally my
Dance in
fault.
the wind! Air!
And of course, our healers die like dumbass they are.
Magic is there! Spread! Resuscitation! Radiant here!
Breath of life. Heal my weary companion. Cure.
Ready! Magic is there! Holy land! Searing flame! Reload! Here, let me help. Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Okay, that's it. That's it. I can't. I can't. I wish I can copy. I'm sick of the AI getting killed. I don't even know if I have any of them. I don't even have any of them.
This is some punishment?
Oh! What the fuck happened?
Healing circle. What would I do without dance in the wind? Air thrust.
Ready to go. I'll bring you back from death to
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. That's spread.
Here, let me help.
First aid.
Why is the camera spinning me?
From beyond, imbue this vanquished
I'll heal
soul
you
with
all.
love. Resuscitation.
Oh, Kisara's gonna die.
Here, let me help.
That's gonna smart. First aid.
Oh my god. I was trying to dodge the thing while I was seeing, keep an eye on where the hell the damn bird is.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. That's spread. Oh, sparkling stars, if you get the gist.
Here I go.
Regeneration. Regenerate.
Hold
Allow me
on
to
to your
help you.
arch. Here I come.
Breath of
Air
life.
thrust.
Heal my
Magic
weary
is there.
condition.
Burning strike. You get the gist. Spread. Oh, sparks, you get the gist. Meteor storm.
Breath of life. No further.
Oh,
I might have got him killed.
Shionne, astral energy. Full throttle.
Shine. Radiant light.
Air thrust.
Seriously? More orbs?
These things
Oh.
are starting to tick me off.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. That's spread.
Yeah, I don't think I should be doing this at this level.
Holy land.
Just too much
Dance
frustration.
in the wind. Air thrust. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy land. Blah blah blah. Air thrust.
Easter.
I'll work. You get the gist. Cyclone. As you get the gist. Cyclone.
Overwhelming. Save you.
Air thrust. You get the gist. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Spread. Blah blah blah.
Rinwell,
It's nothing. I'm all right.
It's in your hands now.
Yeah, not worth the trouble here.
Sorry.
I'm still way too underleveled. And the AI is way too stupid to offset the underlevel. Where's Kisara's guarding right now?
Anything in armor is all mine.
Too bad her tanking still sucks.
fantastic. Now my clothes are ruined.
Seriously, the AI is actually, if you have
No chance. Swamp it.
if you have strategies like Tales of the Abyss or Tales of Graces, well, much better tactical guide control. You can switch them out, but it doesn't matter because they're gonna die either way. Both my healers are dead, so it's kind of pointless to even go on. And they're stupid enough to, you know, get hit by the laser and all that stuff too. So it's kind of like yeah. Let's see. I mean, you saw it. They just get killed by the laser. But yeah,
Looks like
that's
we
I
made
meant
it here in one piece.
for. Yeah, I'm 20 levels under, so something like for a mistake like that, or a mistake like no, that's not a DLC fight. That's an for you know, since I'm 20 levels under, a mistake like that is obviously instant death. If I'm like level 60, then I'm sure I won't die in one hit. And of course, AI can be a little more stupid in terms of making mistakes. Anyway, I wonder if I kept my my new tactical thing, or it's just me only, you know. But did I stay away from everything?
Never be too prepared.
Well, I mean, I do have some
did we
DLC
have to
stuff, but
spend
that,
so much?
that doesn't do anything at this point. It only helps in the beginning. Actually, there's still some DLC stuff I did not take, like the money, like 100,000. The money, some of the items and stuff. I have yet to take those. I think I'm fine with money, so let's go rare ore up, I guess. Holy mark. Oh shit, there's one.
Hell yeah! There's no way
No,
you can complain
that's
about how
fine.
this tastes.
Gotta spend money to level up and stuff. I don't have that. I only have what I got from the collector's what? The digital edition? Whatever it is. Pre-order. Yeah, no made data. Okay. Oh good, it tells you what I created. Everything should be created then. I did not make this. Everything else I did. One I saw. Oh, it's the part of carrot. It's the carrot. Okay, there's another one. Half cost AG 20%. That's not bad, actually. 20%. Actually, they can get 100%. Yeah, it's on the. Oh, I don't know. It's additive or multiple. You get 2 of these, so that'll be 3 of them. Up to 110%, or is it 20% of 50%? Like 60% chance? I would love to have that in Rinwell. Let's get going. Hopefully I can get EXP and all that stuff.
Like we made it here in one piece.
Like I said, it's doable, but not when you have dumb AIs making mistakes.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Legaris? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Legaris.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renin. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shionne and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Legaris and the Renin homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Legaris?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shionne and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Legaris who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Legaris. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shionne can finally get rid of her thorns. Shionne?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shionne? Where'd Shionne go? How could she just go off on her own? She's not over there. Where did she run off to? Shionne. Shionne! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shionne. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, It will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shionne, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to...
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Legaris, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens...
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shionne! Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this? It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shionne, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shionne is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Legaris and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shionne. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Legaris.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shionne is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shionne doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shionne in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Legaris. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shionne's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shionne wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shionne doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shionne what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Did you know?
You mean about Shionne?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand at all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shionne, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shionne. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shionne's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, We've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shionne's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shionne.
But then, I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shionne. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renins, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you, until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Legaris.
Huh? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, we thought we'd turn the tables and critique your appearance for a change.
It's not fair if we're the only ones subjected to it.
What?
Did you guys hear? Apparently, she found that dress of hers in some old ruins.
Alphen, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you care to tell us your verdict?
Sure, I guess. To be honest, when I first saw Shionne in that dress, I
Quit it!
was absolutely captivated.
Alright, I think that's enough fun for one day.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Night, everyone! Another day, another Gald.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Legaris and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Legaris?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shionne? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
I'm gonna get a snack, be right back. Give me a minute.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Legaris? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Legaris. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Legaris soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Legaris like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live, but why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shionne. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Is this the final dungeon? I have no idea. All I know is I'm going to the moon. Or something like that.
Hey, Alpin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renin technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Legaris, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Man, this music here feels so much like Star Ocean.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Legaris.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Legaris was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shionne?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Legaris?
I would wager so. Legaris is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shionne, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Legaris's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Legaris would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shionne's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shionne and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Legaris changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever.
I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Legaris are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shionne. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Legaris has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Legaris was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Legaris was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shionne. I'm sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. Do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Legaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Legaris mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit? The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Legaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Pretty much Paper Marcus is their eyes. The people here, their eyes glow when they cast magic. Humans can't. Humans can't cast magic, so pretty much you see their eyes. Pretty much their eyes. See, if you look at that caster down there, you can see her eyes glowing, casting here. Well, it's not glowing anymore since she stopped casting.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Oh, I'm a dumbass. I should use the orange gel and then grab that one.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Legaris! But how? Last I heard, you were and Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Legaris is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Legaris?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Legaris.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Legaris alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shionne, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Legaris has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Legaris has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Legaris single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Legaris from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Legaris. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Legaris. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Yeah, I forgot all about that skit from the demo.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renin homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Legaris now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Legaris. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Legaris then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It Seems like Annabelle also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis's transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah!
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Renna, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Renna.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renins, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renin doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shionne and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former Lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Legaris?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Faria? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, You haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Wow, this place is beautiful!
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. but that was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnigan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnigan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shionne's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shionne. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Oh god, I need money now. Again? Holy shit. That's sad. I think I can wait. I don't think I need the money. I don't think I need to do it. Oh, you kidding me? I thought the... Oh my god.
Hey, that actually came out pretty all right, don't you think?
Yeah, I can go back to this. Need more dropped items. For more money.
Damn it! Legaris soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Nope.
Well, so... Much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menusia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
The enemy wields arms too.
We'll soon see about that.
Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Tornado drive!
Make it rain!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Lightning! Hear me!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malachum!
Magic is am!
Lunar! Turn up! Tornado drive! Ignite! I'll thank you!
I'll be saving this one.
Soaring!
Now!
All yours, Kisara.
Here I go! Go!
I'm only getting started. You get the gist.
Do it!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
A whirling
Going in!
Flaming meteor!
Do it!
those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Legaris hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Harros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Legaris before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Yeah, this is definitely not a final... Oh, Platinum Dog Tag, yes. Definitely not like Final Dungeon. Are you serious? That's actually a normal monster? Wow.
Can't get out of this!
Not today! Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah! Make it rain! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Hurricane Punch! Magic
No further! Can you take it?
Make it rain! Astral Energy! Full throttle! I'm only getting more with
I'll face you!
Annihilation!
Elusive deity! Lunar Arc! Soaring blast!
Glacial speed! Water here to you! Now!
Shionne!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Magic is am!
As if the normal creature qualities aren't disgusting enough.
Sleep now! More for the stockpile!
Oh, this one that's not core though.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malita!
Going in! A chain between heaven and earth! Divine State! I can rule all day! Here! Holy Land! A chain between you get the gist!
Can't get out of this!
Divine Savior! You get the gist! Holy Land!
Thunder far enough!
Blah blah blah!
That should easily be fatal. Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
That'll bring you down! Holy Land!
This one's all mine!
You get the gist!
Bloody howling!
Blah blah blah! Divine!
On your knees!
Not on my watch! Divine Savior! You get the
Resonate with the
Air
earth!
thrust! You get the gist! Holy Land! Healing circle! Radiant blood here!
I'll grind you into dust!
Lightning strike! Air thrust! Burning strike! Blah blah blah! You get the gist! Holy Land! Blah blah blah!
Regeneration! Regenerate! Let us get to the fray!
This one's my ready!
Another incantation ruined.
Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Blah blah blah!
Back into the fray!
You get the gist! Holy Land!
Regeneration!
Far enough!
Regenerate!
Blah blah blah!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
You get the gist! Divine
I never fit. Blah, blah, blah. Divine Savior!
Can't get out of this!
You get the gist.
Divine Savior!
I can carve through armor! The Tempest engulfs
Divine
you!
Bloody!
Blood!
Not in your dreams! Blah, blah, blah.
Bloody
Divine Savior! You get the gist. Holy...
Negative
Piercing
burn in hell!
You get the gist. Divine Savior! Hurricane Strike! Take that! Lightning Strike! Hurricane Strike!
Rending you make me angry! Bloody bad idea! Shattering to pieces! Negative
You get the gist.
resonate with the earth! Burn in hell! Select! I'll take you all on!
Damn it.
Ha! Flare the Malachor!
Blah, blah, blah.
Heal my weary
Holy Land!
Shorn up! Allow me to help
The pain between heaven and earth. Hurricane, blah, blah, blah. Divine Savior!
Make it rain!
Shionne, astral energy, full throttle!
Dude.
Everyone's still in one piece?
Discourteous, aren't you?
Oh my lord! Can't get out of this! I'll smash you!
Glacier
Tell me, have you ever considered your purpose in life?
You picked the wrong fight!
That'll bring you down.
Elusive deity!
Radiant pierce!
No further!
Air thrust! That's my cue!
You're not!
Shut him down!
Tornado Death on the wind! Armor won't save you!
Shionne, astral energy, full throttle! Ready to go! Radiant pierce! Oh, sparkling stone! Hang like
Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up! Dance on the wind!
Now, Rinwell, astral energy, full throttle! A whirling dream!
Elusive deity!
Heaven and earth! Magic radiant!
Plunge you into dust!
Here!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Tempest!
Mega ray!
Fire in the far enough! We're not finished!
Make it rain! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Here's water's creation! Hurricane!
Release!
Tidal wave!
Soaring support!
More where that came from! With this, I can become even stronger!
Cool.
Retreat if you know it. It's good for you.
Now you'll learn!
Annihilation!
They smite with blackened blade!
How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly? Wait now!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malachor!
Actually, you know what? I learned anything new? Nope. Oh my god, I didn't learn anything. Wow, that sucks. Technically, I think I could go to Bloody Howling. Oh, here. The drive, eat. Wow, I just didn't learn anything new.
Holy Radiant! I can do this all day!
Take this! Rending you a bloody howling!
This one's mine! Blah, 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 let me help. Sleep now. First aid! I'll be saving this one! Holy burning! Hear my call!
Lost in pain.
All yours, Kisara.
Here, let me help. Here goes.
Can't get out of this. I owe you one. Elusive deity.
Bring on.
Soaring blast. Order won't save you.
Make it rain. This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes.
I'm practically unstoppable.
Pineapple gel dust. It should be. It is.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Oh, got another one.
Little help. Shield. Send me. Now you've gone and ticked me off. Here goes.
You get the gist. I think I'll pass on the hand signal. Holy land! You get the gist.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa.
Magic is there! Burn it! You get the gist. Air thrust! You get the gist.
Shattering of pieces.
Blah blah blah.
Hurricane Strike.
Divine savior!
Burn up.
Blah blah blah.
That'll bring you down.
Blah blah blah. Holy land!
I'll smash you.
Blah blah blah.
You're mine.
In a bind.
You get the gist. Holy land! Not in your dreams.
Inferno crossing.
Divine savior!
Here goes.
Not today.
I'll take
Oh,
you
damn
all
it.
on.
Why did you break my combo?
Flare the Malisa. Hurricane
Celestial runner!
You take it.
Celestial runner!
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
Magic is there! Burning! Holy land! Blah blah blah! Divine savior! Blah blah blah! Holy land! You get the gist. Divine savior!
Now you see what I can do.
Annihilation!
The flame inside me shines to be let free. Force of regeneration.
Annihilation!
Easter.
Blah blah blah!
Regenerate.
Holy land!
Far enough.
Allow me to help you.
Divine savior!
Where are you going? Hurricane
Blah blah blah!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa.
There! Blah blah blah! Burning! Blah blah blah!
Regenerate.
Blah blah blah! Holy land! You get the gist. Divine savior!
Can't get out of this.
Blah blah blah!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Blah blah!
Showtime. I'll smash you.
Blah blah blah! Divine savior! Not in your dreams! Blah blah blah!
Catapult.
Meteor storm!
Shine. Radiant
Blah
light.
blah blah! Magic!
Radiant light.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is up!
It's on.
You get the gist! Holy land!
Easter.
Blah blah blah! Divine
Execution.
Hurricane Storm. Make it rain.
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
They really made us work for that one.
Oh, jeez.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Shield.
Raging cascade! Magic is there! Holy land!
Can't your reflexes will not serve you well.
Divine savior!
Elusive deity. This one's mine.
Holy land! Blah blah blah! Divine savior!
I can carve through armor.
Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Radiant pierce!
Air pressure.
Lightning!
Resonate with the earth.
Dance to the wind! Air thrust! Laser going in! Pierce evil!
It's on. Take this.
Illuminate the magic is there! Holy land! A chain between between heaven and earth. You get the blah blah blah. Air thrust.
Where are you going?
You get the gist. Holy land.
Here, let me have yours.
It's on!
Air thrust. You get the gist.
Shionne, down! You're on!
Shattering the peak!
Don't get in my way.
Radiant light!
Hurricane
Regeneration! You picked the wrong fight!
Havoc now!
Regenerate!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus roar.
Oh, light element too.
Raging cascade.
Heal my weary companion!
Don't get careless.
We can.
Out of our way!
Require a hand.
Bring him down!
No further!
Illuminate the night.
Tempest and Ghost Shield! Is it too late to talk over our differences?
I'll smash you!
Oh, come on! What the fuck? I was right about to instant kill him. And why did it help me change to a different character?
If it's in the sky, it's mine! That'll bring you down!
No further!
Ah,
Laser spear!
Elusive deity!
that's so bullshit. I would have been finished with his battle already.
Got your name on it.
To action!
There. Got this. Chain between heaven and
I'll
earth.
face you!
A wailing
Tornado drive!
Make it disappear! Rinwell, astral energy! Full throttle!
I wonder if just settings. I don't think there is one. There isn't though. There isn't. Wow, that is just bullshit. Right when I was about to get a burst strike, I auto target some other enemy because the fact my attack is an AOE hits everything around. I decided to go, hey, you know what? Since your AOE is hitting this wolf, well, let you target him instead.
I need to be
That
stronger.
is so.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Yeah.
Magic is here! Blah blah blah!
So much for talking now.
Who the hell am I targeting? I was targeting the knight and suddenly I targeted this one? What the hell?
You get the gist.
Denied!
You get the gist. Blah blah blah.
Another incantation going. In a bind?
Here goes!
Dance on the wind! Release! Armor won't save you! This one's all mine!
This one's mine! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Here's our power. The waters of creation.
Inferno crossing! Make it rain!
Kisara, go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Glacial spear!
Here's the
In a bind?
lightning. Steel.
I never miss! Rain down your dreams! Now, Lost, get toasty!
Burn strike!
The water's creation ready to go! Flaming radiant field! Inferno perfect! Ready and quick!
Your mountain!
Tiny strike! Here's a healing! Strike!
Hitting fire! Begin!
Inferno perfect! More for the stockpile!
Begin! Does it hurt? Elusive deity! Soaring blast!
This one's mine!
Elusive deity! Soaring blast! Crushing slash! You picked the wrong side!
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Why am my character so glowy too? Holy god.
They really made us work for that one.
That's money I can use. Yeah. That's sus. Leave here. Just in case.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other.
So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shionne.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shionne. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Legaris. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shionne, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Boss fight. See it. I saw that. Okay, since the enemies here are dark, I definitely don't want to cast magic. That's just suicide. Yeah, you don't cast magic. Suicide. We'll stick with the Divine Saber Holy Lance setup with your Storm. That's too low. Shionne. I think I should get increased weak point damage. Should be okay. Let's see what bosses. How's the game? It was fun. Oh, I mean, compared to like what Tales have been lately, yeah, this is a huge improvement. I mean, there are obviously some minor faults like in any of games, you know, but nothing that's like, you know, nothing bad or anything. But it is a Tales game, and it's worth playing.
Faria, how did you get in here? Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
Looks like a sword dancer.
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Commanded limbs. It is weak to
never known
darkness,
Faria.
right?
Singles like that before?
How about with the stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handled the Zulu. Then we kept some...
Oh shit! Okay.
Magic is there! Healed!
Something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have
I'll
fallen.
bring you back from death's abyss.
This one's mine!
Magic is there! Holy Waifu! Too much to handle? Healing circle! A chain between heaven blah blah blah.
Sorry, Trouble.
Divine save! You get the gist. Holy land!
That can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Dance in the wind!
How dumb can they be sometimes? Get in front of them.
Magic is there!
Let's see them.
You get the gist. Holy land! A blah blah blah. Divine savior!
Armor won't save you!
Lunar corruption! Divine savior!
The weakness damage is so good.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there! Holy lance! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there! Burning thrust! Blah blah blah!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Holy lance!
I can carve through armor!
Lunar
Blaze on fire! Can't get out of this!
Blah blah blah! The sky is mine! Savior!
Inferno crossing!
Holy lance!
That'll bring you down.
Their offspring
Oh.
Gotcha!
shine! Radiant
Blah blah
light!
blah! Air thrust!
Regenerate!
Oh, two sides come over.
Oh, okay. That I didn't expect that.
Couldn't make it in time.
How dumb my AI is. They're like I set them up to res, heal. Wait a minute. Yeah, it is.
Healing blah blah blah. Match. Sleep now.
This one's mine.
Feel. Sleep now. Release on life.
Why are they attacking from the front?
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with blood! It's time!
Ready to go. It's over.
Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Not today!
Holy land. Now we're going here. Let me help. A chain between heaven and blah blah blah. Here goes.
I always wanted that!
Divine blah blah blah. Holy land.
That'll bring you down.
You get the gist. Hurricane spray.
Far enough.
Blah blah blah. You get the gist. Divine savior.
Take this!
Blah blah blah. Holy land. Not a red dream.
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Do it. Dopamine.
Light burst forth!
Radiant genesis.
Shine! Radiant light!
One more.
Force of
Dance in the
regeneration!
wind. Air
Regenerate!
thrust. Magic is there. Burning. You get the gist.
Over limit hurting.
You get the gist. Divine savior.
Wait. Oh wait, did he just teleport? Oh shit, he can teleport.
Magic is there. In here.
Heal my weary companion!
Magic is there. In here.
Switch to offense.
Feel.
Look at that.
I'll be saving this one. New lease on life.
Let the Mark 10 handle this!
I'll bring you back from death to
Rotating
bit.
pile driver!
Resuscitation.
Benediction light!
Magic is there.
This one's mine!
Air thrust. Here. Blah blah blah. Holy land. Too much to handle. A chain between you get the
This
gist.
one's mine.
Divine savior.
Oh shit.
Begin! Does it hurt?
Magic is there. Burning strike.
I'm in your debt.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Burning illumination.
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Blah blah blah. Burning
Heal my
strike.
weary
You get the gist.
It's in your
Blah blah blah.
You picked the wrong fight.
Blah blah blah. Divine blade. Blah blah blah. Burning strike.
Now you see what I can do!
Holy land. Not on my watch. Divine savior.
Denied!
Resuscitation.
Here, let me help.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Mega ray. Burning fireworks.
Not today!
Mega ray. You get the gist. Holy land. You get the gist. Divine savior.
No further! Ready and ready!
Holy land. I never miss. You get the gist.
On the way! Now you see what I can do!
Lightning. You didn't think you had it in you.
Time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Blah blah blah. Holy land. You get the
I'll
gist.
bring you back from death to bit.
I always wanted that!
Resuscitation. Here goes. Ready to go.
Pride was my downfall.
Ready to go. Lightning. Downfall.
Oh shit.
The flame inside me yearns to be free!
By the power of water! I'll heal you all! Catapult! Healing circle! Hook shot! Hey! Magna Red! Hitting pile type! Magic is there! Going in here! Magna Red! Now, steel! More for the stockpile!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with
If it's in the sky, it's mine! By the power of water! Blah, 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 air thrust!
Ignite!
I'll heal you all! I can do this all day! Inferno thrust! Holy land!
I can carve through armor then!
You get the gist! This one's mine! Divine Savior! Blah, blah, blah! Holy land! Blah, blah, blah! Your divine savior!
No further!
Leave the road! Oh, fuck, you get the gist! Meteor! Will this help? Lightning strike! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now it's just her! Varia! Can you hear me? Varia!
She's preparing another summoning! The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shionne, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shionne.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Legaris is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
I wonder how's my inventory after that. Okay, I'm surprised. Lemon. Wow. I didn't burn a single lemon gel. That's surprising. Not a single pineapple. Only 3 orange. Holy crap. That looked a lot better than it. Considering how stupid AI was, and especially Kisara just staying in front of the enemy getting killed, I thought it was be burning a lot more. Only 3 orange gel. That is a very good thing. That is very, very good. I am surprised. I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised it went that well. That was this direction. Make sure there's nothing here. Nope.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shionne's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shionne's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, The strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shionne's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first. I want to make sure I go into whatever comes next completely prepared.
Yeah, I think this is a good stopping point. Oh, that kind of sucks. The teleport point. That time we gotta run all the way back. Oh, get some
We've
EXP,
reached our
whatever.
destination.
Oh, never mind. I did burn it all. Oops. It's a lemon I haven't used. Okay, my bad. Actually, do I even need this? 1200. 1200. I think 2000 might be. I can still buy it. They don't have this one. I guess I could make some. Oh, this would have been helpful right here. Would have been so helpful. Even though I lose a little stats, the enhanced light damage is so good. Damn, I wish I saw that. Wow. Can't see if there's any talking.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
I can finally take a breather.
But there's one I missed. Oh, let's see what it is.
What do you know? Another big fire monster with nothing better to do than get in our way.
I wonder where the rest of those lights ended up landing.
Oh, this one.
It looked like they were pretty scattered.
Well, whatever they're after, let's just hope none of them are anywhere near a city. An ambush on civilians is the last thing we need.
Well, no rest for the wicked, right? Though with 1 down and 3 to go, it sounds like our headache is just beginning.
I thought you liked the opportunity to flex your muscles.
Against those things? It's not like I have a death wish. Besides, we've already got our hands full saving the world. Dying stupidly won't be much help to the cause.
Yeah, I guess I can't argue with that logic. Sorry.
So I took out the fire one, which is part of the storyline. We already fought the earth and the wind. Those two is 20 levels higher than me, and even though it is possible to win, getting one-shotted because the dumbass AI is not gonna help. So I'm gonna wait till I get a higher level before I try it again. So I'm still missing the fourth one, which is probably water, ice. That one makes sense based on the regions in this game.
Shionne, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shionne. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy, but I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
What? Hey guys, I don't see any of our food anywhere.
What?
I know! The bag we kept it all in has vanished! Some Zoogles must have gotten in behind us and swiped the whole thing while we were fighting.
What?
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
This affects you too, you know! We lost all our food, including all those sweets you love so freaking much!
What? How could this happen? Those sweets are the highlight of my day! Oh, so hungry.
Hunger is like that. The moment you know there's nothing you can do about it, it becomes that much more unbearable.
Whoever did this, I swear I'm gonna make them pay for stealing our supplies.
All that's left now is this one lonesome apple.
Law?
What? Hey, don't look at me like that. I picked this apple myself. I'm not just gonna...
Food. Hand it over.
Stay away!
Hey, I'm back. Huh? What the heck happened here?
Only a poignant reminder of how dangerous a food shortage can be in a collective. A serious problem indeed. And one we should all be mindful of.
I see. Does it have anything to do with why you're holding our food supply bag behind your back?
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? I'm surprised to see you up reading so late. What have you got there?
Oh, it's a book about magic. I was hoping I'd reach the end of this chapter before I went to bed.
I'm impressed you can read all that tiny text without drifting off.
It's easy. Honestly, the subject is so interesting, it keeps me wide awake. Although I have to admit, the more I read this book, the more I realize just how much I still have to learn. I hate not knowing it all, so it pushes me to keep learning as much as I can so I can be a real expert.
So that's why you're studying by the campfire every night, huh? You've really changed, Rinwell.
Really? I don't feel like it.
Remember how you used to be when we first met in Calaglia?
Sure, but that's because I was still hiding a lot from you guys. Am I really all that different aside from that?
Definitely. It's the difference between a rock and the sun.
Are you saying I used to be like a rock? That's not something you should use to describe a girl, Alphen.
My bad. But the comparison is still apt. You used to not be open with us about your magic at all. And now look at you.
Well, I guess you may have a point. I used to hate studying magic because my parents made me do it. And after everything that happened, I felt like it brought nothing but trouble. But now, I don't think it's so bad after all. Maybe I really have changed more than I thought. All magic is simply astral energy combined with knowledge. It's neither good nor bad by itself. It all depends on how you use it. Saying it out loud, I guess I finally made peace with it.
I think you have Law to thank for that.
What? Why him?
I mean, he was kind of the one who...
Nope, he's got nothing to do with it. None. Zilch. Nada. Nothing.
If Law heard that, he'd be pretty bummed, you know.
You're crazy. I don't see why he would be.
Are you saying you rather he wouldn't be? I'd say the fact you can get so worked up about things now is another sign you've changed.
Sounds like someone wants me to put on a little magic show.
All right, all right. I'll take my leave before I say anything else that might get me into trouble. Just make sure you aren't staying up too late, okay?
Ugh, I'm not a little kid anymore. Yeesh. Though, actually, it felt kind of nice hearing that. I wonder why.
Alright, I think I learned her second Hyogi.
Night, everyone.
I hope so. Yes, I did. That sounds like a Tales of Destiny 2 Hyogi.
Thanks to you,
What? Hey, there's only... Oh, it's 5+. Or yeah, this sounds like Tales of Destiny 2 Hyogi from Relia. The next one I should learn is hers because she goes in over limit a lot. But let's find out. Actually, I was gonna sleep, but then like, okay, you know what? We're gonna find out what it looks like first before I sleep.
It's easy.
Let's see. Best place would be training ground.
We've reached our destination.
We go with the money one. Oh. Oh, we could do this. Oh, wait a minute, level 60.
Get lost! Going.
Ready and ready!
Radiant light! Searing flame!
It's a duel of the arts!
Mega ray! Gemini!
Benediction light.
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still? Shionne, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! Just as well, I'm here to start!
Its armor's too strong. It'll split it open! The enemy be my guest.
You'll soon see about that!
Eat dirt! Here!
Celestial hammer!
Searing flame! Reload!
Take that! One last one!
Mega ray! One more! Annihilate!
Wait, why are they attacking?
Mega ray! Magic is mine. Spread. Blah blah blah. Air thrust. You get the gist. Holy land. Close one. Gotcha. You get the gist. Air thrust. You get the gist. Spread. Blah blah blah. I'm ready. Kisara, go for it. Prepare to crumble. Into the shadows. Lightning. Downfall. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Flame. Reload. One more. I'm all hit. Here's it. Magic is in. I'm ready. You all. Healing circle.
I'm in your debt.
Here's red. Magic is in.
I'm sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me. Holy land. Magic. You're on. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Gemini aqua. Lightning.
Yeah, that's interesting bouncing.
We're changing tack? Roger that. Illuminate the magic is in! Holy land! You get the gist. Spread! Blah blah blah. Burning strike! Blah blah blah. Spread! You get the gist. Holy land! Hup! Go get blah blah blah. Air thrust! You get the gist. Divine savior! Blah blah blah. Spread! Celestial hammer! Ice prison! Here goes! Here's another! You get the gist! Air thrust! You get the gist! Spread! You get the gist! Holy land! Close one! Gotcha! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Illuminate the magic is in!
Breath
Here you go.
of life. Heal my weary companion.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Net spread! Blah blah blah! Burning strike! You get the gist! Holy land! Blah blah blah! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this!
No! God damn it.
Close one! Gotcha! Here goes! Here's another! Hit! Go get him! Bullseye! Hit! One more! Here's another! One last one! Hup! Here's another! One last one!
I can carve through armor.
Yeah.
Hit! Take that! Hit! Go get him! Bullseye! Close one! Gotcha! Ready? Magic is amped! Spread! Close one! Gotcha! Hit! Close one! Gotcha! Hit! Close one! Gotcha! Hup! Close one! Gotcha! Hit! Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous! Huh. Air thrust! Magic is there! Burning strike! You get the gist! Spread! Blah blah blah! Holy land! Blah blah blah! Spread! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this!
God damn it.
Deus roar!
That's only 4, huh? What button do you use to pause the battle and change who you're targeting? It's just L1 targeting. You just change you from here. Damn. Okay, so I have over limit extend, right? I should. Has to be 5 different. Okay. Oh, let's try it again.
Close one.
I can kill these two actually. Just one more fight
Blah,
after
blah,
this.
blah, magic, spread. Blah, blah, blah. Holy land. A chain between blah, blah, blah. Divine savior. Take that. Blah, blah, blah. Burning strike. You get the gist. Air thrust. Blah, blah, blah. Spread. Blah, blah, blah. Holy land. Blah, blah, blah. Burning.
This one's mine!
Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust. Blah, blah, blah. Spread. Blah, blah, blah. Enemies immobilized. Divine savior. Hit. One more. One last one. You get the gist. Spread.
Do it! Eat dirt!
Air thrust. Blah, blah, blah. Burning strike. Blah, blah, blah. Spread. Blah, blah, blah. Holy land. Think again.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Ow.
Here goes. Take that.
Breath of life!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Cure!
Oh, for her.
Breath of life!
Here's
Heal my
another.
weary Shine! Radiant light! Force of regenerate!
Here, let me help. First aid. Here goes. The close one. Gotcha. Hit. Take that. Close one. Close one. Gotcha.
It's a mess.
Close one. Gotcha. Magic is am. Air thrust. Take that. Here's another.
Light. Heal!
Close one. Let me help. Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust. Close one. Gotcha. Magic is am. Air thrust.
Nope. I'm so close to getting over limit.
Hit. Close one. Gotcha. Ha! One more. Close one. Gotcha. Don't get in my way. Magic is am. Air thrust. Blah, blah, blah. Burning strike. You get the gist. Spread. You get the gist. Holy land. You get the gist. Divine savior. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle
Oh,
this.
come on. That's 5. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Close one. Gotcha.
Oh, I'm about to get it again.
Will this help? Healing circle.
Oh, can I do normal attacks too?
Gotcha. Magic is am.
I guess like oh, I could do normal attacks also.
Ow! Close one. Gotcha.
Breath of life! Heal my wearied companion! Cure!
Close one. Gotcha. I don't even know the word
Heal
defeat.
my wearied companion!
Close one. Gotcha. Healing circle. Here goes. Close one. Gotcha.
Now you will hold me back.
Close one. Gotcha. Close one. Gotcha. Sweet dreams. I'm on a roll.
Benediction light.
one! Get back! It's too dangerous! Air thrust! You get the gist. Burning thrust! You get the gist. Spread! Blah blah blah. Holy land! You get the gist. Divine savior! Oh fuck! You get the gist. Meteor storm! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this!
Jesus. What am I doing wrong? No, this time I was actually aiming at the same.
Failure's not an option!
Ow.
Close one! Gotcha! I'll heal you all! Swallow's flight!
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry!
Really should have fixed these clips. So what is?
Breath of life, heal my wearied companions. Cure.
Will this help?
Benediction light. Heal.
Odds the melee attack.
No more playing nice! Here's a healing art! First aid!
Yeah, I probably have to use normal spell. I mean, that's all I can think of, really.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
I've still got some fight left in me.
Okay, this right then. Go ahead, Gale Force.
Gale Force! Water Astral Energy! Lightning Orb! Water Astral Energy! Hydration Orb! Hit! Take that! Bullseye! Close one! Gotcha! Ready! No more playing nice! Here goes! Here's another! Close one! Hit! Here's a healing arm! Close one! Gotcha! First aid!
Change of strategy. Duly noted.
Here, let me help.
First aid! Thanks so much! Here's another! Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Shine. Radiant light. Benediction light.
Mega Ray!
Heal.
Annihilation! Searing flame!
Shine.
Reload!
Radiant light.
Damn it.
Out of
God damn, why is it so hard to pull
Don't get in my way!
Allow me to help you. You picked the wrong fight.
Thanks so much! By the power of water!
Catapult!
Searing flame! Lightning orb!
Breath of life. Feel my weary
I'll take it from here.
Oh my god! This is
Here's a healing art. First aid. I can't heal you forever.
oh my god, I gotta think of a better way to chain it. Oh man. I was hoping I could take advantage of it too, but it's really tough.
Do it! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Here!
Oh.
Thanks! Just what I needed.
You're mine. I'm all stuffed up.
Close one. Gotcha!
Gemini Aqua. Mega Ray.
Here goes!
Annihilation. Radiant.
Breath of life! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Mega Ray.
Don't suffer in
Gemini
silence!
Aqua.
Our art is being interrupted!
Here's a healing art. First aid.
Gotcha!
No more playing nice. Lightning. Downfall. Sighted. You're mine.
Don't suffer in silence!
I'm all stuffed.
Close one. Gotcha!
Mega Ray. Searing flame. Reload. Gemini Aqua. It's time to finish
Oh, wait.
this.
Get her up!
Die. Consuming wildfire. Searing flame. Reload. Lightning. Downfall.
Ow! Close one. Gotcha!
Jesus.
Close one. Gotcha!
Into the shadows. Watch and sweet. Gemini Aqua.
Ha! Here's another. Close one. Gotcha! Don't get in my way!
Mega Ray.
Ignite! I'll face you!
Wind astral energy! Raging storm! Razor cyclone! Celestial! Fragile radiance shine upon the watery abyss! Aquarius! Damnation!
Here I go. I'm only getting radiant here. Radiant.
Finally! Holy god. I'm gonna have to see if there's a way to actually get that. Actually, enemies are weak.
We're changing tack.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there! Burning strike!
Do it! All mine!
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
That was pretty cool though.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there! Burning strike!
I'm ready!
Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Oh.
Ah, Shionne, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the? Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Try one more time.
Get lost! This one's mine! Strike! Not mine! Here goes! Blah, 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 magic! Holy land! Blah, blah, their hide as thick as armor! Divine savior! Too much to handle? You get the gist.
Airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for you, Kisara!
This one's
Do it! Hurricane!
Hey! Blow them away! An astral arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Hurricane! Holy land! Blah, blah, blah! Divine savior!
I can carve through armor! Catapult!
Burning strike! Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah! Spread! I'm on a
This one's all mine!
blah, blah, blah! Divine savior! Blah, blah, blah!
I'm ready!
Darling! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there! Burning strike! Blah, blah, blah!
I'm ready! Shionne!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Hurricane strike!
You're mine!
Lightning strike! Will this help? Hurricane! Here we go!
I owe you one.
Take that! One last one! Blah, blah, blah! That's
Appreciate ready and ready! Feel my weary companion! Cure!
Thanks so much! Hit! Go get him! Here goes! Close one! Gotcha! Hit! One more! Close one! Gotcha! Magic is there! Air thrust! Close one! Gotcha! Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Sleep now. In here! Sleep now. I'll be saving this one.
Come on, pounce on me.
Close one. Gotcha.
dangerous! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Burning thrust! Blah blah blah! Spread! You get the gist! Holy lance! Blah blah blah! Divine savior! I can do this all day! Air thrust! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this!
I don't think it's possible with magic.
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
I'm gonna do like every spell there is. Except for Meteor Storm. I have Air Thrust, Burning Strike, Spread, Holy Lance, Divine Saber, and even Cyclone.
Dance in the wind! In here! Sleep now. Sealed! More for the stockpile! Close one! Huck! More where that came from! Dance in the wind! In here! Sealed! Ah! Blah blah blah, that's it! Sealed! More for the stockpile! Sleep now! More for the stockpile! Close one!
Light. Heal.
Close one! Blah blah blah, crossblade! You get the gist. Burning strike! You get the gist. Air thrust! You get the gist. Breath! Blah blah. Holy lance! Blah blah blah. Divine savior! Oh, spark! Blah blah blah. Focus your attack! Meteor storm! I'll take it from here.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. That's like over 6 different spells.
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Shame.
We're changing tack? Roger that. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there! Breath! You get the gist.
Wow, everybody's right there.
Divine savior! Burn! You get the gist. Breath! Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Take illuminate the magic is there! Holy lance!
Burn!
Burning corruption! You get the gist. Burning strike! You get the gist. Holy lance! Blah blah blah! Breath!
Armor won't save you! Their arts were interrupted! Catapult!
I'll heal you all! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there! Radiant! Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
1.
Air thrust! You get the gist! Burning strike! Blah blah blah! You get the gist! Bring you down! Can you take it?
5.
You get the gist! Meteor storm! Healing circle! Burning strike! Blah blah blah! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Raging cascade! Spread! Magic is out! Air thrust! Mega ray! Holy land! You get the gist. Divine heal!
You make me angry. That was a bad idea.
Blah blah blah! Do it! Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
Magic is there! Burning strike! Blah blah blah! Spread!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Going in!
Illuminate! Magic is there! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth! Lunar corruption! Havoc thrust! Divine savior! Burning strike! Blah blah blah! Spread! You get the gist! Radiant flash! Look sharp! You get the gist! Holy...
No further!
Look sharp! You get the gist! I'm out of ammo! I'm all not on my watch! You get the gist! Shionne! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Okay. Oh, that's all I can really do. So tomorrow, well, tomorrow something will happen. Definitely. Actually, you know what? Is there any side quests? So yeah. So tomorrow I'll see if I can unlock the other characters, Yogi's Mystic Arts, and then we'll go on. Unless there's no side quests or anything else. So, okay, thanks for watching. Have a good night. Stay safe and be happy. Peace. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you for watching LL's stream. If you enjoy the stream, please follow and subscribe to Happy.